行こう。 Huh. I thought this was the blackjack table at first.
行こう。いた。おじさん。
でかい顔してんねん。やったるで。
しばらく寝てろ。
行こう。
いらっしゃいませ。 ありがとうございました。
いや、
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
おい。ああ。
え？
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
待ってよ。いた。おじさん。
いらっしゃいませ。 ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
まで行かれますか？それでは出発いたします。
行こう。
気に食わねえな。何ガンつけてんだ。ぶっ殺すぞ。
ったく時間食っちまった。
ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ブラックジャックよっ。
どうされますか？ベッドをお願いします。 では始めましょ
ブラックジャックユ
う。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ブラックジャックユ
どうされベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
ブラックジャックユ
どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ダブルダウン
やりま
ユ
す。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
スプリットスタンドダブルダウン
う。シーンでどうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。 お手柔らかに。
スタンド。
慎重で。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょ
う。インシュアランス。ダブルダウン。
やりましょう。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
スタンド。
やりましょう。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょう。
ダブルダウン。
慎重で。どうされますか。ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
ダブルダウン。
慎重で。どうされますか。
行こう。
どちらまで行かれますか。それでは出発いたします。
こまで行かれますか？それでは出発いたします。
行こう。
死にとるぜ。 こ
or pro-life. So anytime you bring up anything Christian, I'm going to say pro-life. The brain loves that because it saves all this.
Man, stop sending invites and then closing the party, man. What the hell's going on? Making me do all this work, nigga.
So you see information is presented to you in what form? In a way that triggers an emotional response. Even to your point about the whole, like, Palestine and Hamas are presented in a way where it's hard to distinguish the difference. I completely agree. The reason they're presented in a way is to make it easy for you to bring to an audience to the conclusion that Palestine is us. Us is Palestine. They're the same. Which makes everything happening in Israel under terrorism. If that's the narrative you want to portray, it's easy to do there. When you don't differentiate, when you don't use subtlety and nuance to explain your information. As soon as you start to dig into the information, as soon as you start to map the battlefield, you start to see all the changes in the terrain. You start to see the tree line. You start to see the sand pits. You start to see the areas that are high ground and highest ground, and how they're different from the low ground and the lowest ground, right? So it takes that level of awareness to be able to really land on a meaningful decision. So the first thing to understand is that we decide, you, me, the smartest people, the dumbest people. It's irrelevant of your race, age, creed, or education level. We all, pink matter, brain matter, decide first and easily through emotions, through emotional lens. It's sometimes called emotional reasoning. Emotion and reasoning are two different things. But when you reason through a lens of emotion, it's a cognitive distortion that we call emotional reasoning. Understanding that is kind of the first step.
Yeah, no doubt. So I have a big bumper sticker that I try to get people to take in for this very reason. So I agree. You have to map the terrain. You have to understand what's actually going on. You have to distrust yourself. That's my bumper sticker.
That's a great bumper sticker.
Because you can't make decisions without emotions. So literally, if you selectively damage the area of the brain that's in charge of emotions, people can give you all the reasons why fish is better than beef, and then they still, in the end, they can't make a decision, because without the ability to process emotion, to push in one direction or another, you literally, I don't mean this like as an analogy, you literally can't make a decision without emotion. The bad news is that your emotions are influenced by your frame of reference. So everything that happened to you from the time you were a little kid, whatever, until today, like all of it creates the context that will trigger an emotion. Now the problem is the emotion, to your point, makes the decision feel obvious. And so context plus the whatever happens creates emotion. Emotion makes one decision obvious over the other, but that doesn't mean it's the right decision. Okay, so you have mapped the train, you have understand the way the peak matter is working, that you're going to be making these decisions emotionally. What else goes into this? Remember, I'm trying to get people to your 2024 for sure is going to be brutal because this is an election year here in the U.S. because there are multiple wars going on. But just in general, if you can anchor yourself and think well through problems that you haven't seen before, you're going to do far better in life. So that is the umbrella under which I asked the question.
After you map the battlefield, I mean, to use a military parallel, after you map the battlefield, the next thing you need to do is take in all source intelligence. All source intelligence means you're accepting information from all sources.
How do you make sure you're not taking in biased sources, since every source is probably biased?
So because every source is biased, that's the assumption you have to have about every source. So the important thing is we're all accustomed to taking in certain trusted sources. Mom, dad, wife, husband, sisters, brothers, co-workers, whatever it might be. Maybe your trusted source is CNN, maybe your trusted source is Fox News, maybe your trusted source is BBC, maybe your trusted source is AP. We all have our trusted sources. But those trusted sources are all biased in some
78 missions.
Whether it's a lean or a full-blown wing, we don't know. But everything's biased in some way. So the only way to offset the bias is to take in information from the opposite bias. Now, if you've ever been a Boy Scout, if you've ever done anything like land navigation, you can always identify where you are located by doing something called a reverse azimuth. Casting a reverse azimuth. Have you ever heard of this? So when you look on a compass and you point the compass at where you're trying to go, you're creating an azimuth, a direction.
Yes, I know what an azimuth is.
If you're trying to find out where you are, you can find a landmark, a tall mountain, a building.
Yes, land navigation.
A city, whatever else it might be.
Yeah.
Aim your compass at the landmark, and now casting the reverse direction, you know where you are in comparison to the landmark. If you do that with two landmarks, those two landmarks have an intersection point, and now you know your true location. So a reverse azimuth in the information space means you listen to left-leaning news, but then you also listen to right-leaning news, where they say the same
That's exactly what I do.
You have a high confidence that it's accurate. Where they say everything else doesn't necessarily mean either side is wrong. It's just starting to show you their bias. But what you have confidence in is where they agree. If you do that enough times, you start to have a foundation of truth. I know this to be true. I have high confidence that this is true because left-leaning and right-leaning news sources are saying this is happening. But then everything around it, what we would call the fog of war, everything around it is unknown. It's wrapped in fog. It hasn't been discovered yet. It hasn't been reported yet. It hasn't been stress tested or vetted yet. So it's a foggier area. Area of missing information. Vice your small pond or your small island of known information. And as it's difficult for most people to actually put it into practice because it slows the world down. Why does it slow the world down? Because your two biggest enemies are velocity and volume. Velocity and volume of information lead to confusion. So if you can decrease the volume and slow down the speed to identify the true facts, guess what you're fighting against? The very same confusion you're trying to overcome, right? A big part of the reason that Intel failures happen, a big part of the reason why Intel flaps and Intel mistakes happen is because professional intelligence officers try to slow things down and reduce the volume. Volume in terms of noise, but also volume in terms of mass. to find the true facts that we can make something meaningful out of. Well, sometimes, in all the volume and all the speed, nuggets of intelligence that are super relevant find their way in, but you don't see them because they're hidden in the noise. That's how 9/11 happened. In many ways, that's how October 7th happened in Israel, right? Nuggets were hidden in the noise. And unfortunately, we didn't learn about that until after we had the time to do post-analysis and look back on what happened.
You can reboot your life, your health, even your career, anything you want. All you need is discipline. I can teach you the tactics that I learned while growing a billion.
I think it was Sun Tzu that said, all of war is deception. So I also have to imagine that within the noise, there are a lot of nuggets that are placed erroneously on purpose, trying to point you in a completely different direction. Okay, one thing, is that the recipe for you, or is there more?
So great. So I would say the recipe is to get a sense of the battlefield, take in all sorts of intelligence, and then actually synthesize in addition to analyze the information. Analyzing...
Yeah, okay, I think you're about to do what I was going to ask.
Analyzing the information means you take it in, and you start to cross-reference it to see where it aligns.
Yep.
That's analyzing.
The disagreeing things, where they overlap.
Right, and then are you seeing trends, right? That's all part of analysis. Synthesis then means that you take open gaps, open question marks, and you start to actively
I can't hear you, so I don't know if Diddy has you hostage. If he does, just tap 3 times if you can't talk and he's near
what
you.
you find, taking what you get, and then creating a document or a grid that has gaps in it. And then you pass it to somebody and say, here's my analysis. We know these 3 things, we don't know these 3
Diddy
things.
must be extra close.
Synthesis is, we know these 3 things, we don't know these 3 things, but here's how we will find the answer to these other missing spots. When you and I start to synthesize the information that we have, it starts to give us an active tool that we can use to collect information. We can go to people that we trust, people that we like talking to, people that are bigger thinkers or look beyond the noise, and we can start asking them their opinions. You get to do this every day on your show. You get to ask big questions of people that are advanced thinkers, and you get to inform your own opinion every step of the way. You are synthesizing every step of the way, every time you have one of these interviews. People who watch you are doing the same thing. They're synthesizing through you. They have gaps. They want those gaps filled. They trust you to help them fill those gaps. But you're not the only source. They have other people that they also learn from, other people that they also follow. The problem with our world, the problem with the United States in many ways, in my opinion, is a lack, not of analysis. It's a lack of synthesis. People accept the gaps, and they assume what's happening in the gap, instead of actively trying to solve the question, what's happening in the gap.
That's really interesting, and I think super important to try to follow.
see it? All the fucked up things in the world.
And minimize human suffering as much as possible. I don't have a better one than that. That's clearly not perfect. The human experience does not seem to be perfect. But at least if you're doing that, like your real aim is, hey, as much as I can, I'm going to try to alleviate human suffering. I'm going to try to elevate people. We can get into definitions of what that stuff is about. I think it's beyond the scope of what we're saying now. But what I'm trying to get people to understand is you have to have a goal. Yeah. There needs to be a thing that you can state that you are steering towards, so that as you redraw your dots, you're constantly asking, what is more true? In that, when I look at this problem with this particular connection of dots, it allows me to more accurately predict the outcome of my actions. Once you can predict the outcome of your actions, if I do this, I will get this outcome. That to me tells me that you're closer to ground truth. That's why as we learn more about physics, we're able to do more things. So Newtonian physics first gave us the ability to land on the moon, but it didn't give us the ability to do GPS. For that, we needed Einsteinian physics. So it's understanding that, as we get closer to truth, and even Einstein said, we still don't fully understand it. And as we do, we'll be able to do more things, whether that's harnessing the power of an entire sun or an entire galaxy, whatever. Like as we understand physics better, we will be able to do those things. So that is a very tangible example. The modern world was born out of us getting closer to ground truth. Now, when you were one step removed at Newtonian physics, you still could do amazing things because you were getting close enough to something true that you were able to do certain things. There will be a wall. And so as your ability to predict the outcome of your actions breaks down, you should immediately go, interesting, the way I have drawn these dots is not accurate enough for me to get to that next stage. And so what piece of this is broken? And this is where I find people don't even realize they have a frame of reference. So they never think to recheck, hey, what's wrong with my way of thinking? Because I'm not making progress towards my goal. And therefore, by definition, I'm doing something quote unquote wrong, which people are going to get hung up on that word, but I'm doing something wrong. And therefore I have to update my set of beliefs in order to make additional progress.
So I love that you, again, in the way that I love sitting with you, you bring up a million, at least 5 different ways of looking at this question. So what I'm going to focus in on is this idea of truth. Because what you call truth, I associate with fact. And fact and truth seem like they should be the same thing, but they're different things. Because truth includes facts and beliefs, whereas facts excludes beliefs. And that, I think, was what you were getting at with the end of your question when you said that everybody looks through a lens of what they believe. So, for example, to go back to physics as an example, right? Copernicus was the one who suggested for the first time that maybe the Earth revolves around the sun.
Exactly.
Everything before that was that everything revolved around the Earth, right? That was the facts that were known at the time. Even the world's astronomers at the time were able to map out the night sky and sunrises and sunsets and seasons back to the Earth. And then the Roman Catholic Church also aligned with the same belief system. Everything revolves around the Earth. So the truth and the predominant set of facts at the time pointed to the idea that everything revolved around the Earth. Copernicus proposed something different that wasn't actually a provable fact until Newton, right? Whatever that was, 100 years later, 50 years later. So here you have what you're getting at. Facts are constantly being unearthed and proven to be true. Because prior to it being a fact, it's a hypothesis. It's an idea. But belief systems don't change as quickly as facts. And belief systems play into the idea of what is a truth, right? Some people believe that we should be making the world a better place by removing human suffering. The Buddha believed that. It seems like that's something that's very important to you. Other people believe that you can make the world a better place by increasing the amount of success in the world. That suffering will always be there. So you can't really, don't try to stop the suffering. Instead, try to account for more success, because the more success in the world, the more the suffering will be raised, right? There will be suffering always. There will be poor always. That's a very Christian principle, right? So you've got these different belief sets that inform the truth that people then move from. For me, the utility is less about trying to get people to align on a singular truth, and it's more about understanding each individual's perceived truth, and then using that position as your temporary frame of reference in order to have a productive conversation or productive exchange with that individual. Why argue with a Muslim? Why argue with a Buddhist? Why argue with a Christian? Why argue with a rabbi? Why argue at all if you can just adopt temporarily and understand their frame of reference and then get them to do the productive thing that you're there to get them to do? That's the utility part for me.
But do you think that's different than the way I see it?
I don't know that it's different, but I wanted to call it out specifically because if it's different, I want to learn from you where you see it similar, where you see it differently. But I also, like, one of the places where people quickly learn to agree or disagree with me is that I take a very binary approach to relationships. I see all relationships as being transactional. It doesn't mean that you're transacting money or transacting time or transacting favors, but there has to be something of value that you're offering in exchange for something that you value from the other person. When a relationship is not transactional, there's no reason to invest in the relationship. So for me, I find that the way I maximize the transactional value of relationships is not by trying to get other people to see my point of view. It's by me adopting view. I'll present it. But there are plenty of people who are not open to a different point of view. And if you want to have a productive transactional exchange with that kind of person, you just roll with their frame of reference.
Yeah, I think that's very wise. That, to me, it's interesting. So all of these are linguistic traps that I think eat up so much of the planet. And so many times when I hear people arguing on podcasts, I'm like, oh man, I wish I could be the arbiter. Because there is an idea that I use a lot, which is I want to know if I accurately understand this person's base assumption. And what I have found in my life is when two intelligent, well-meaning people think that the other person is crazy, it is because they either have different values or different base assumptions. Values have to do with what the world ought to be, in their opinion, and base assumptions have to do with a disagreement over what is true. And I'm not a believer in post-truth world or post-fact world, but I think anybody who thinks that the truth is self-evident is a fool. And the truth is brutally difficult to get to. And for evidence of that, we still don't understand physics. Not all the way. So it's like we understand it well enough to do some amazing things, but we don't understand it all the way. And so if we can all agree to Max Planck's quote that science does not advance one insight at a time, but rather one funeral at a time, it's because people can't, to your point, adjust what they think is true. That's crazy.
Holy
and you said, I
shit,
think beliefs don't update as quickly as
crazy
facts.
quote.
It's like, yeah, okay, so people end up getting trapped by their frame of reference, which has a whole host of baggage, but also people just get lost in words. They don't take the time to define the words, and even if they do, oh my God, it is so hard to get somebody to like really understand what we mean by this. One of the most important things my wife and I ever did to make our relationship last was define a small set of key words that were like, this is what this word means now and forever for us, and so it became easier to navigate a relationship. So I think people get lost in that. Probably more effective than people getting lost in defining every term would be to say, what's your goal? I think that's incredibly important. And when people can say what their goal is in a single sentence with no parentheticals and run-ons, just like a really tight, concise 25 to 35 word sentence, it's like, this is what I'm trying to achieve. Okay, word. Yeah. So if I know that's what you're trying to achieve and you're telling me to do this thing, which sounds absolutely crazy, now this is where I come in as a writer and I say, if I were writing this person as a character, because they think they're the hero.
Right.
No one thinks they're the villain, ever.
Right.
So they think they're the hero. What would they need to believe is true in order for the hero to want to do this thing in order to accomplish that goal? And then I'm doing what you advise, which is I'm now stepping inside their frame of reference. And I'm saying, oh my God, okay, cool. And so I'll just ask people, is the following base assumption how you view the world? And they either say yes, and I'm like, okay, wow, I may not agree with you, but now I understand you. And now I can actually steel man your argument. I can say this is what you believe. And I can say where we're colliding is this. You have this base assumption, and I have that base assumption. Or you have this goal, which is, hey, don't worry about suffering. Everyone's going to suffer. Suffering is fine. And I'm all about trying to alleviate human suffering. And so now at least we actually know where we're colliding. And man, if I could give that gift to people, again, regardless of what you're trying to accomplish. And so one thing I really want to put a fine point on that you said, because I think it's really brilliant, is not trying to persuade people. Instead, trying to understand them. Once you understand them, then it's like, oh, wow, okay, now I have a rough approximation of at least the caricature of, that's the wrong word because it has too much baggage. I have at least a low fidelity sense of your worldview. And so now you become a lot more predictable to me, which means I'm a lot closer to ground truth of who you are. And at least my predictive engine doesn't break anymore.
So there's two things I want to present in that accompany what your statement is right there, right? The first is that you present to people the idea like, here's what I understand your base assumption to be. There's a concept in espionage that we call priming or analytical overlay, to go back to your conversation about seeing dogs in the stars.
Same thing?
Very similar things, right? Analytical overlay is when someone's predominant understanding through life experience and education overlays how they view all new information, right? So they have a set of base assumptions. You can, in a low fidelity way, identify what those base assumptions are because they went to a private school in London, or because they grew up in Boston, or because they grew up with a military family. You can start to create an assessment of what their base assumptions might be. And then you can test those base assumptions to verify and confirm that your assessment is accurate or inaccurate, ultimately leading to a point where you understand why they see a German Shepherd in the sky versus an English Terrier in the sky, right? Because of their analytical overlay. Combine that with this idea of priming. Priming is when you present an idea, and by presenting the idea, they have no option but to have that idea essentially incept into their brain. It's like when I look at you and I say, Tom, whatever you do right now,
It's like
don't
Ninja
think of the color
Turtle
orange.
trying to fucking
I've already
throw a
thought of the
needle.
color orange, of course.
Right? And you thought of color, and you thought of thoughts, right? So you've been primed in multiple areas. So now when I follow up in that question, I say, Tom, real quick, tell me what your favorite juice is. You have to fight not to say orange juice, right? Even if it's not true. Even if it's not true, you've been primed, so what jumps to mind is what you were just primed to believe, what you were just primed to say. So when it comes to this world of information, this world of fast-moving, high-velocity, high-volume information, you can be primed and then immediately be confirmed, because they'll prime you with information, ask you a follow-up question, how do you feel about this? And now we're going to Jane on camera 2, and Jane, what does the audience think about this, right? Well, the audience just got primed to think exactly what you just told them to think. So when you put them on the spot and you force them into a high-velocity situation, you're going to have a high likelihood of the primed thought being what comes right back. So when you ask somebody, am I understanding that your base assumption is this? You're doing two things. One, you're priming them of what you believe their base assumption to be. So even if you're 80% accurate, 10, 20% inaccurate, they've now been primed with what you told them you understand their base assumption to be. So their natural inclination is going to be to agree with things that maybe aren't fully accurate, but they feel on the spot to answer, and they've been primed, and it's within easy grasp for them to just regurgitate it and say it out loud. That's part of priming. If you then prime them about a base assumption that you've assumed through an analysis of their own background, you also have this idea of analytical overlay on top of that. So you run the risk of getting a confirmation that isn't fully accurate.
How do you avoid that? Like, if you really want to know what's true, you're not trying to paint somebody in a corner. However, people usually don't know what's driving their own thinking.
Correct.
And so you have to help them by saying, here's what it sounds like you're saying.
And that's, I think you nailed a fact right there, and then a truth, which, like I said, facts and truths for me aren't the same thing. The fact is people don't know what they're thinking. Absolute fact. Even though you and I, as much time as we spend thinking, think we know what we're thinking, we still don't really know what we're thinking. That's why I'm sure that you spend time just thinking. And you jot down notes and you review your notes, and then you're like, that's not quite right. You've done it on this podcast already, where you're like, that caricature is not the right word. I have to pick that apart even more. Here in real time, even as I say it, you are able to think about thinking in real time when most people can't. So then you have to understand that most people don't know what they're thinking and don't realize they don't know what they're thinking. So for sure, they don't know what they're saying because they can't even think at the speed that they can talk. You have to build that into your assessment.
That's what I thought because of the leather.
Always going back to the idea that if you are trying to win in life,
My watch, the 3 is the one with the leather. The rest of them don't have
if you're
leather.
trying to succeed, it's not about trying to get other people to learn. That's your truth. Your truth is, I have to help them. That's your truth. I have to help them think. I have to help them say what they're thinking. The fact is, they don't know what they're thinking. How could you possibly help somebody to say what they're thinking if they don't even know what they're thinking? Instead, you're helping them to say something so that they can get off the X, because this is really uncomfortable to them to think about thinking. That was a big whirlpool of maelstrom ideas. Did it make sense to you?
It does, but I still have the follow-up question, which is, I'm not trying to plant an idea in their mind. I will say this. There are times where I am trying to plant an idea in their mind. It's what I call trapping somebody with their own value system, which is very effective, and I should do like a whole class on it, because, oh my God. However, in this case, I'm trying to refine my own toolkit and help anybody listening develop their toolkit or thinking through the whole problem well. And for that, I need to be able to actually really just understand the situation. I'm really, not trying to plan anything anybody's plan. I'm really just trying to figure out, where are you at? But people will talk in circles. They will be in run-on sentences. I get into this all the time, where I will finally just have to say to people, hey, like, that is the world's longest sentence. I asked you for a single sentence on this. You've been talking for 3 minutes. So then I'll start saying, what I think I hear you saying is this. Is that accurate? And so we have a thing here at Impact Theory where I'll say, I want to get to the point where you say the exact words, you understand my position perfectly. And you'll usually get to like, yeah, you've got the essence. I don't know. So I'm missing something. What part am I missing? So anyway, how do you, without planting something in somebody's mind or priming them, how do you unearth what they're thinking?
The utility of information for me is to never disclose the full extent of the information I understand. It's something we call, in espionage terms, we call it information superiority.
Even in your marriage.
So my marriage is a different animal, because in my marriage, my wife and I, we try to operate a level of transparency, mainly because we've both been trained to see non-transparency.
All right, so give me both angles. So one where, first give me the I'm trying to conceal.
Okay.
But then I'll want to go through when you're in transparency mode with your wife or anybody else, what does that look like?
So when I'm trying to conceal, I'm in receive mode. And I validate, I authenticate, I confirm. Right? So this is what you believe.
Internally, you're like, okay, I think he believes this. How do you verify it?
I ask a follow-up related question. Let's say something that's 10% different, to see if I get the answer I expect to get. And then I'll push myself another 10% and another 10% until I find the boundary and I'm getting it wrong, right? So when somebody says something like, I think it's so crazy that Dunkin' Donuts puts, makes donut sandwiches, right? I also think it's crazy that Dunkin' Donuts makes donut sandwiches. But are they saying it's crazy cool? Or are they saying it's crazy sick and gross? So I've got to ask a question that's 10% off, right? Like, oh, do you think that it's just too sweet? Or do you think that, do you think the sweetness goes well with the savory? And then eventually you'll get to the place where they're just like, oh, it's just so gross. Why would you put meat between two donuts? Now I know where you're at. Rather than coming out and saying, are you saying that you think it's gross, or are you saying that you think it's cool? Because as soon as I ask that direct question, they now know that I don't know what they're thinking. Up until that, they assumed that what they communicated was crystal clear. I don't want to give them the advantage of knowing what I do and don't understand. Instead, I can create a whole conversation, which means I can create a whole relationship, a whole series of transactions. I can build what we call social capital or social currency by engaging in a conversation about something as low stakes as donut sandwiches. And that's what's really valuable. If you think about somebody who's trying to build relationships, someone who's trying to develop a business relationship for a client, someone who's trying to build a promotional argument with their boss, the thing that you need the most is to just have some sort of capital transactional exchange with the person in control of that fate. The client, the customer, the romantic partner, the boss. The way that you build that is through a series of transactions where they feel validated, authenticated, and heard. If you can make them feel like you understand them, they just have to feel it. It doesn't have to be true. And we know that the brain accepts emotional decisions before factual decisions. So if you can make someone feel like you agree with them, even if you don't, you're actually giving them more value than they're giving you. You have control of that relationship. So in my approach to business and my approach to relationships in my business and my approach to most elements of life, I'm trying to understand where the other person is coming from without disclosing where I stand on that topic. Until I get to a place where I have enough information that validates that where I stand is close to where they stand, and then I will disclose that, and in an effort to bring that relationship even closer together, right? That's how I handle it in general.
All right. What about when you're in full transparency mode?
In full transparency mode with my wife, what I'll do is I'll over-explain, right? I will tell her, here's what I'm thinking, here's what I'm feeling, here's where I'm coming from. And not only will I tell her what I understand about my position, I will also tell her about what I don't understand about my position, right? So as an example, I do a TV show. I'm on a TV show with History Channel, my second season. I've been traveling for about 5 months now. I've got one more month of travel. I travel somewhere between 25 and 35 days at a time. And then I'm home for 5 days or 10 days, right? So I'm missing out on these core months of my children, my 10-year-old son, my 6-year-old daughter. And at the beginning of the season, they had a high tolerance for me being gone. They're accustomed to me traveling. They're even accustomed to me traveling for months at a time, but they're not accustomed to me traveling for 6 months at a time. It's half a year. So for Christmas, I was home with my wife, and I'm walking her through my feelings about missing these elements of my children's lives. And I'm telling her, like, here's what I know I feel. I know I feel guilty. I know I feel sad. I know I miss them. I know that I'm doing it to help build the business and to help build the brand and to help, we live in a world where the best currency is eyeballs and awareness. And I know I'm building that, and I know I'm building that for them. But it still hurts. And I don't know what to do with the hurt. And I feel like I'm letting you down, and I don't even know why I feel like I'm letting you down, because I'm bringing you a good paycheck, and I'm giving you a good life, and I talk to you as often as I can, but I know you're still suffering because you have anxiety and because you have, you didn't sign up to be a mom without a dad there to help you.
Bro, your shit's turned so low, I can't even hear you.
The same thing as having a husband. And I just kind of put it in full transparency mode. I front end load what I know and what I don't know. And then I let her respond. And in that response, what I often find is that some of the things I don't know become known, because a lot of what I don't know is tied to how she perceives something. But also when you have somebody that you're so close to that you can give that level of transparency.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Their inputs connect dots that you couldn't connect previously, or they highlight places where you connect the dots indirectly. And you can push back on that. You can confirm that. You can find great comfort and relief when you have those few people that you can open that level of transparency to.
Yeah, I want that for everyone. When you have somebody like that you trust, that you really that helps you think through things, that can see things in yourself that you can't see, going back to trying to more accurately connect the dots, even just from a utilitarian standpoint. It's amazingly helpful. But even just from oh my god, it feels nice to be seen, to share a life and all that stuff, it really is really I find that it's strong. One, they probably don't know their own edges of what they understand and what they don't understand. They don't know how to process out loud and begin to map out their own thinking.
Come on.
Yeah, it's this goes back to one of the first things I said, which is people are way too easy to confuse. It's just people have a really hard time with nuanced positions. Even if they can sort of touch it for a second, it then goes away, and they need a caricature, accurately used this time, to hold on to. That's the fun thing about an impression or an actual caricature drawing, is with very little detail, I can convince you that that is who you think it
It's like if I'm doing a caricature of you, if I get the hair right, it's 90% better. Yeah, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, it's 10 got it. So it's really interesting how you can with very little information. However, it's not super accurate. And so, yeah, people can't get to the nuanced part of it. They're in trouble.
So here's where I would love your input for sure. So I was just telling you that Everyday Spy crossed the $1 million mark.
Yes.
And I'm very excited. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to run
Top 9% of all businesses.
It's an incredible feeling. And it's incredible to know that we're really just starting. And it's so I'm beyond the moon in terms of excitement. But at the same time, a part of how we got there is not by trying to create truths for people. It's not like we're trying to push against the predominant way of thinking. Instead, what we were doing was presenting what we believed to be facts. Here's factual systems, here's factual processes, here's factual information that we've seen work for us, that I've seen work for me, that may work for you, or may work for your business, or may work for your relationship, or may work for your health and your fitness, right? But we always presented it, we always targeted and marketed to people where they were, according to their own existing current beliefs, their own existing current truths, their own existing current analytical overlay. We primed them with thoughts in our marketing campaigns. We essentially reached out to use a spy concept. We reached out to them where they were. We didn't try to reach out to them aspirationally to where they were going. We tried to reach out to them where they were. And the reason I say that is because, as you seek to share truth, I admire that. I value that. I honor that. I don't intend to build a business that's trying to share truth as much as I have found the success of listening and adapting to where people are, and then entrepreneurially marketing to them where they are and building that connection with them where they are, so that you can essentially get into their head, into their mind, into their heart, and gain that transactional exchange that turns into a relationship that becomes a long-term customer, because the customer will do what you ask them to do to get the outcomes that are predictable only if they do the work that you've asked them to do. Is there a flaw in that? Is there a layer of evolution that you can add to that? I am now asking completely selfishly.
Well, it's interesting. So I don't know that there is a layer to that isn't individual. So when I look at companies that are perfectly happy to sell people what they want rather than what they need, I get very jealous because I can't do it. And there's something about my wiring where I'm only interested in selling you what I know you actually need, because otherwise I feel like a fake. And I fucking hate that. And so I understand about myself. And this is why I tell people, and this is self-revelatory, maybe more than it is universally accurate, but it is so true of me, I cannot say anything else. And that is, all that matters in life is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. Again, that's a confession. So all I care about is how I feel about myself. I won't say I don't care about what other people think, but if I feel like I've really honored my values and I've showed up and I fought for the things that I believe are right, if the world were to at some point misunderstand me and try to malign me or whatever, that wouldn't damage me. I would be very sad because it will disrupt my ability to build my business, but I would think of it like that. Like, oh, this is really messing up my ability to build a business because people have the wrong idea about who I am and what I'm trying to accomplish. And I believe in what I'm trying to do and trying to accomplish. Or if the world suddenly was like helping to eliminate human suffering and increasing human flourishing, that's ass, bro, and like, why are you pursuing that? Then I'd be like, all right, you guys are out of your fucking minds. Yeah. So I have such an internal anchor on that, as that just being objectively what I'll say is true. I know we use that word very differently, but that to me is the intersection of ought and is. Ought being a value judgment and is being, I actually think that's how the world works. That if you empower people to navigate novel problems well, they will, based on the evolutionary algorithms that run in all of our minds, they will have a neurological state that I'll call fulfillment that is the thing people should be aiming for. It's the only pleasant feeling that can survive grief, as an example. So if you're in grief, like, that's going to suck no matter what. But a bowl of ice cream does not give you happiness in the middle of grief in the way that fulfillment still gives you an anchor of, I'm proud of who I am, even though right now, the loss of my wife or my mother or whatever is just, it's grueling. So that is an ought to me. And that's what I'm aiming for. I'm trying to help as many people exist in that neurological state as often as possible. Now, where that gets complicated is where, because of frame of reference, the thing that makes you feel good about yourself is something that creates, like, atrocity. And, hey, welcome back to the Israel-Hamas conversation. So that is really fascinating, but I don't think there's a way to escape that, because such is the nature of the algorithms running in the human mind, which is why these problems have no sort of absolute solution. But I think that there are ways to think through these problems well. So we'll get to that in a second, but to just officially answer your question, you will thrive. So if you can do that from a business perspective and sell people what they want, you will do very well, because people will pay for what they want all day long. What I fear is that at some point, the money won't solve the problem. You will start looking to, but are we actually helping people? If you're at all wired the way that I am, that question is going to occur to you aggressively. But I look at people, I'll let them remain nameless, but I look at some of the big names, and this will often happen with sales guys, and they make a ton of money. A ton of money. But I cringe. I could not do it. No matter how much money you told me I could make, the way that would make me feel about myself, I couldn't do it. And that holds me back.
That's real.
Since I believe the only thing that really matters is how I feel about myself, that's been my life, that all the money in the world, if I don't like who I am, that's a one-way path to suicide. So I don't want to be rich and killing myself. That just doesn't strike me as interesting in the slightest. And yet, people take that life path. So anyway, that for me would be the only thing. And I don't know if you're wired like I'm wired, so maybe that's just like, no, I'll be fine. I don't know.
No, what's funny is one of the things, and I find that entrepreneurialism has been the best teacher possibly ever, because the market teaches you lessons.
Oh, yes, man.
Customers teach you lessons. Experimentation teaches you lessons. And one of the big lessons that I feel like I've learned is the truth behind the 80-20 rule, right? And how powerful that 80-20 rule really is. And when I think of it specifically, what I've seen it play out in my audience base is that when I try really hard to market what people need, I have, of 100% of buyers, 80% won't complete it, 20% will.
Well, 80% probably more won't even buy it.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's the first level, right? 80% won't buy it, 20% will. Of the 20% that does buy it, 80% won't finish it, 20% will.
Now there I have solutions for you.
And then, but second to that, at the same time, when I A/B test that against an 80-20 rule, what they want, the same mathematical principle rates out. Of the 100% of people that buy it, 80% don't complete it, 20% do. So I bring it up not as a lesson for me, as much as something that I have found to be absolutely critical to reaching the point where I am in my business, is understanding the mathematical principles, the
feel something direction. Obviously, you're not going to find out the direction. You feel like, oh wow, I had a little victory in the right way, pointed in the right direction. If you can't get that to them quickly, then they just won't stick with it. Much to my dismay, but such is human nature. Now we could really derail on that, but I want to come back to Israel and Hamas. So this is going to be a really good case test for. I think we did a pretty good job of laying out how to think through very difficult problems, and this is maybe the intractable problem of our times. And so I seriously doubt that you and I will come to a three-step plan that they can implement. And look, we saw world peace, everybody, and get the Nobel Peace Prize for this podcast, though that will be the aim.
Let's try it, yes.
Right? So, but I do want to deploy this now as we go through this. So this is not a topic that I'm deeply familiar with, but I really believe it's important for people to show their work. What I mean by that is, on this podcast, what I'm constantly doing is showing people how I think through problems. Mm-hmm. And all the success that I've had is this thing that I do live on the podcast. This is how I encounter a difficult problem in my marriage. This is how I encounter a difficult problem in business. And I go through this thing. And so it is what we laid out earlier. All right, so we know that step one is mapping the terrain. So walk me through, what is going on?
So when you take a look at the battlefield here, not the literal battlefield, but the landscape of Israel and Palestine, what you have is something that in many ways goes all the way back to biblical days. Abraham, who's the father of all nations, had two sons, Ishmael and Isaac. Ishmael became the father of Islam. Isaac became the father of Judaism, and on to become the father of Christianity. So the conflict that exists between Palestine and the Muslim country of Islam. Isaac became the father of Judaism, and on to become the father of Christianity. So the conflict that exists, and Isaac. Ishmael became the father of Islam. Isaac became the father of Judaism, and on to become the father of Christianity. So the conflict that exists between Palestine, a Muslim country, or a Muslim group, and Israel, a Jewish, largely predominantly Jewish group, essentially is the generational ongoing conflict between Isaac and Ishmael.
And is there, so forgive me, dear listeners, but I think of this as a story, and a very powerful story, but one designed to convey things at each branch. So between the brothers, I have to imagine there was a tale that we learn about each brother. Each brother represents something. What do the brothers represent?
So I am not creative enough, I think, to speak to the literary element of it.
Peterson. No, for real. Like, this is his whole shtick.
Yeah.
Like, showing how basically modern humanity can be read through the lens of religious
ancient
traditions
stories,
and what those stories tell you. Most people haven't read his book, Maps of Meaning. It is unbelievably good. Anyway, so that part we don't have. That's,
Maps of Meaning.
We have a dot point that has a gap. Maybe we won't be able to fill it in here, but I get your point.
So
we've
book
got the two
list, son.
that they create two different traditions.
My book list strong.
They both have valid claim all the way back to the biblical.
A valid claim of what?
A valid claim all the way back to biblical and or Quranic tradition to being tied to the father of all nations.
Okay. Why does that matter?
Because for both of them, what they're really trying to say is that they have a right to survive in equality. That they are tied to the father of all nations.
But does this come down to, hey, we're tied to the father of all nations, and that manifests as dirt? And so this dirt and rock is rightfully mine.
I think that's the oversimplified way that the Western world has.
Is it oversimplified, or is that really what? Like, at some point, this manifests as something either ideological or tangible.
So the place where it becomes tangible and ideological is in the end of World War II. At the end of World War II, the Jewish diaspora that had been hunted and killed by the Nazi Party needed a country of their own. And because other countries in the world didn't want to take on the refugees, they essentially took them all to the Palestinian state that is now known as Israel. And the Western allies granted the boundaries of Israel and said, this is where the Jews should live. This is where Jerusalem exists. This is their homeland, where they were born, where they came from.
Going back to the brothers.
but the Palestinian Muslims were already there. They had never been displaced from their homeland. So by having the West create a nation state, create boundaries and everything for a group of religious people, Jews, that were persecuted during World War II, now all of a sudden the West defined the organizational national structure of Israel. And that's where the conflict really started, because now you had Western allies saying this is the Jewish state defining itself as Israel. The Palestinian diaspora, who were now being forced from their own homeland, saying, but we were already here. Like, this is Jerusalem is the city where Muhammad ascended into heaven. Like, this is a holy place for us too. And so the West was just like, well, then you can both share it. We're going home, right? We got a party after VE Day. We're done here. And that's where everything started. From there, you also then had Western powers funding and fueling the economic success of Israel.
And by the way, I just want people listening at home, you are providing a very fast painting. I know enough to know that
I have
there's,
no idea.
God only knows how much history of conflict before 1948.
I used it.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, like when my parents were here and I slept in here, I think. So I remember I found the top part over here, but I have not seen the bottom part.
You will need a far longer
Since.
video from experts in this field.
In the bed,
go into this conversation fully understanding that. But I do think the initial framing of this episode, I think it's very important to understand what I'm trying to do. I think putting your head down is the wrong move at this particular moment in history. There are probably times that come and go throughout history where it is okay to put your head down. And for the first 40 years of my life, I had my head down.
Sure
It worked out wonderfully. But this moment feels different. Now, that could be a mirage. Maybe it's just my age. Everybody sort of hooks their head up at this point in their age and starts thinking the way that I'm thinking. I don't know. But this moment really does feel different to me. We'll get into AI and some other things later. I think there are a lot of threads on the board right now. Sort of the AI technology, social media.
Finally.
Talks about velocity, volume of information.
Exactly.
So anyway, I just want to set that stage so the comments is waste time with like
Because then I'll need a broom and I don't want to start cleaning it.
Simplistic viewpoint here. From the setting of the table, we'll talk, okay, but what do you do now, right? And what I really hope is I think that the comments are going to end up being a big part of what makes this episode useful to a larger audience. So I hope that we can eliminate some of the more... I don't want people to get bogged down in the wrong thing. So...
それでは出発いたします。どちらまで行かれる？それでは出発いたします。何見とんねん。やったるで。
ったく時間食っちまった。
酒を飲むのってなんだか新鮮ですね。
そうだね。最近は忙しかったからこういう機会もなかったし。
じゃあ今日はたくさん飲んで楽しみましょう。
そうだな。
小雪ちゃん、楽しむのもいいけど今日は決起集会なんだからね。
分かってますって。あれ、もう一つ何かありましたよね。
おいおい、しっかりしろよ。今日は決起集会と新人歓迎会だろ。カナが新しく入ってきたんだからな。
それと店長として桐生さんもね。
皆さんこれからよろしくお願いします。
じゃあ桐生さんにカナちゃんと戦力が増えましたし、お二人ともよろしくお願いしますね。
よろしくお願いします。カナちゃんって年いくつ？20歳です。やっとお酒飲めるようになりまして。あ、私より若い。私21なの。あ、じゃあお姉さんですね。お姉さん、初めて言われたかも。いい響き。桐生さんっておいくつなんですか？
俺は38だ。
あ、年下なんだ。へえ。
雪姉さん、
妙な気使ってくれなくて大丈夫ですから。若くないのは本当ですし。
そんなことねえよ。
カナちゃんって蒼天堀にはよく来るの？いえ、この大会で初めて来たんです。新幹線に乗ったのも初めてで、ちょっとテンションが上がっちゃいました。車内販売とかいろいろ買っちゃうよね。
わかるぜ。
私新幹線って乗ったことないのよ。
そうなんですか？じゃあ今度の社員旅行はみんなで新幹線に乗りましょうよ。
どこに行くの？
東京とか。
それもいいわね。経費で落ちないから各自負担になるけど。
なんだって？
世知辛いです。私繁華街とかほとんど行ったことないからちょっと緊張します。
蒼天堀も初めてなんだもんね。
人混みに慣れてないならナンパには気をつけるんだよ。
かなちゃん可愛いから声かけられやすそうだしね。
そんなことは。
強引なナンパ野郎が来たらすぐに俺を呼べ。助けに行くぜ。
お、桐生さん頼もしい。じゃあその時はよろしくお願いします。とは言っても私ナンパってされたことないんですよね。
小雪ちゃんナンパされたいの？
どうなんだ？
いえ全然。ぐいぐいナンパしてくるような男の人とか苦手ですし。でもやっぱり女としてはナンパされる程度の魅力は欲しいっていうか。
そうなんだ。複雑なのね。
まあ俺もよく街でグイグイ来る男どもに声をかけられるが、確かに気持ちのいいもんじゃねえな。
桐生さんのとはまた違う気がしますが。
ま、それもそうか。
あ、もうこんな時間。
縁も竹縄ですね。
そうだな。
じゃあ桐生さん最後締めてもらってもいいですか？
ああ、分かった。みんなこれからも営業頑張ろうな。
はい。神崎なんてやっつけてやるんだから。私を手放したこと後悔させてあげますよ。
みんな頼もしい。私もオーナーとして頑張らなきゃ。
じゃあ最後は一本締めでお開きにするぞ。よーっ。
はい。あ。
Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you. Stay all night long, sit tight in sofa, drink wine. Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you. Stay all night long, sit tight in sofa, drink wine and talk every night. Look at me, don't ever see her, don't touch her. Today time for you and me. What you like, how you like, what do you like best? What you like, how you like, I can't think anymore. What you like, how you like, what do you like best? What you like, how you like, I just want your love. Even though you look at her, will I be your girl tonight? Will I ever be your lady? I don't need anyone's love but your one love that makes me up. Lady, I want to be your girl. Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you. Stay all night long, sit tight in sofa, drink wine and talk every night. Look at me, don't ever see her, don't touch her. Today time for you and me. What you like, how you like, what do you like best? What you like, how you like, I can't think anymore. What you like, how you like, what do you like best? What you like, how you like, I just want your love. Even though you look at her, this will be last forever. Will I be your girl tonight? Will I ever be your lady? I don't need anyone's love but your one love that makes me up. Lady, I want to be your girl. Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you. Stay all night long, sit tight in sofa, drink wine Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you. Stay all night long, sit tight in sofa, drink wine and talk every night. Look at me, don't ever see her, don't touch her. Today it's up for you and me.
いらっしゃいませお客様。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませお客様。ようこそフォーシャイン。
よろしくお願いします。盛り上がりましたね。
いらっしゃいませお客様。
楽しいよ。
カナです。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
タイプだよ君。
ようこそフォーシャイン。
してました。
いいねいいね。
いらっしゃいませ。
楽しく行きましょう。盛り上がってきちゃったよ。最高だよ。
よろしくお願いします。
ようこそ当社に。
いいわ最高や
な。助けを求めてるように見えますが、当社員店長さりげなくフォローします。
美人さんだな。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、あっちゃー、やってしまいました。当社員店長さりげなくフォローします。1分経過。ここからどう動いてくるのか。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
失礼します。ごゆっくりどうぞ。いらっしゃいませ。
おっしゃい、売上が50万円突破。
盛り上がるね。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、助けを求めてるように見えますが、当社員店長さりげなくフォローします。助けを求めてるように見えますが、店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
会計ですね。
延長や。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
延長で。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
もうダメ。
当社員売上が100万円突破だ。
お会計ですね。
まだ来てな。
ようこそ。
また来たね。
当社員
出来だよ。
出来だよな。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
延長で頼む。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
ここで2分が経過。
盛り上がっていきましょう。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
延長で。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
当社員フィーバータイムだ。皆様今宵は騒ぎましょう。
お願いします。また来てくださいね。お願いします。
お会計ですね。いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。
残り時間はあとわずか。
いらっしゃいませ。
かわいいな。
ようこそ。当社員
盛り上がってきたわ。
お願いします。よろしくお願いします。
いいさんだな。
お会計ですね。
ありがとうございました。
当社員
楽しいよ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
もうダメです。
お会計ですね。
ございました。ありがとうございました。
めっちゃタイペ
ありがとうございました。ここ
でタイムアップだ。
らっしゃいませお客様。
いらっしゃいま
ようこそフォーシャイン。
盛り上がりましょう。
美人さんだな。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来たね。
楽しい。
お待ちしてまし
か
た。
わいいやないか。
いらっしゃい。盛り上がりましょう。
美人だな。
お待たせしまし
一品さんやないか。
いらっしゃいませ。
楽しくいこうか。
盛り上がってきた。
ここで1分が経過しました。
おおきにね。いらっしゃい。お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、あっちゃー、やってしまいました。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。
盛り上がった。
お会計ですね。
延長や。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
君。助けを求めてるように見えますが、フォーシャイン売り上げが50万円突破。助けを求めてるように見えますが、
小雪です。よろしくお願いします。いらっしゃいませ。
よろしくな。
フォーシャイン店長、さりげなくフォローします。助けを求めてるように見えますが、フォーシャイン店長、さりげなくフォローします。
ようこそフォーシャイン。
いらっしゃいませ。
お会計ですね。
2分経過。最後まで油断はできないぞ。
お会計ですね。いらっしゃいませ。お会計ですね。
延長お願い。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
盛り上がってきたわ。
よろしくお願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
延長お願い。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
フォーシャインフィーバータイムだ。皆様今宵は騒ぎましょう。
ようこそフォーシャイン。お会計ですね。
残り時間はあとわずか。
盛り上がりましょう。
よろしく。
いらっしゃいませ。お会計ですね。
ありがとうございました。
お願いします。
はこれからだ。ありがとうございます。
楽しいですね。フォーシャイン最高。ここでタイムアップだ。
リラックスリラックス。い
おい、どうしたんだ。
や、初めて桐生さんと二人っきりでお食事じゃないですか。緊張しちゃって。
おいおい、俺は同じ店の仲間だぜ。緊張してどうするんだ。
すみません、分かってはいるんですけど、実は私結構人見知りで。ユキさんとか他の人がいれば大丈夫なんですけど、二人きりで話すとなると硬くなっちゃうんですよね。
もしかして初めての客に対してもそんな感じなのか。
はい、打ち解けた人には全然普通に話せるんですけど。
よくそれでキャバ嬢をやれているな。
自分でもそう思います。はあ、どうすれば緊張しなくて済みますかね。
それを自分の個性にしてしまえばいい。
え、どういうことですか。
緊張してしまうのも小雪の特徴だと思って前向きに捉えるってことだ。変に直そう直そうと意識するから余計に緊張しちまってるのかもしれねえぜ。
なるほど。でも人見知りみたいな欠点、個性になりうるんですかね。
客の好みはそれぞれだ。緊張している初々しいキャストが好きな連中も多いはずだぜ。
桐生さん、ありがとうございます。私 ちょっと前向きに頑張ってみよっと。
ああ、期待してるぜ。
なんか緊張もほぐれてきた気がします。さすが桐生店長ですね。一生ついていきます。
調子のいいやつだぜ。しかし人見知りといい、小雪はまだまだキャバ嬢として成長しなきゃいけないな。
そうですね。本当まだまだひよっこですよ。お客さんとの話題が思いつかずに黙っちゃうようなこともありますしね。
話題か。お前の趣味の話でもすればいいんじゃないのか。
趣味？私の趣味の話をすればいいんですか？
ああ、客は小雪のことが知りたいはずだからな。何かないのか。例えばショッピングとか。
私家が貧乏でまだお金もないので買い物はあんまり。趣味。あ、
何かあったか。
はい、私の趣味はユキさんですね。
どういうことだ。
ユキさんを観察したり、ユキさんの写真を撮ったり、その写真を眺めたりするのが好きなんです。だから強いて言うならそれが趣味だなって。
小雪、お前。その写真、興味があるな。
え、桐生様ですか？やったー、雪友ができました。
で、その写真ってのはどんな写真があるんだ。
いろいろありますよ。普通の顔から寝顔から、あんなものやこんなものまで。
あんなものやこんなもの。
あ、もしかして桐生さんエッチな写真とか想像してます？
え、いや、そんなわけないだろ。
怪しいですね。でも安心してください。そんな写真はないですから。健全なものばかりです。
そうか。
桐生さん、やっぱりちょっとがっかりしてません？
小雪がキャバ嬢になろうと思った理由は何なんだ。やはりユキの影響か。
そうですね。ユキさんに憧れたからです。実は私大学に通ってるんですけど。
ほう、そうなのか。
はい。でも結構学費が高いんで、とあるスナックでアルバイトをすることにしたんです。そしたらそこにある日、伝説のキャバ嬢と呼ばれる女性が飲みにやってきて。
それがユキだったのか。
はい。ユキさんすごく綺麗で輝いてた。こんなに綺麗な人いるんだって思いました。でも話すと気さくな変な人で、そんなユキさんに私は一目惚れしたんです。あの人と一緒に働きたい、あの人みたいになりたい、そういう思いで次の日にはユキさんのいるお店の門を叩いていました。
そうだったのか。
でもこの仕事をすればするほどユキさんの偉大さと自分のしょぼさが身に染みて、はあ、私みたいなちんちくりんがユキさんみたいになりたいなんておこがましいですよね。
全ては小雪次第じゃないか。
私次第？
ああ、ユキは伝説のキャバ嬢と呼ばれた女だ。小雪が目指しているのはそれだけ高い目標ってことだ。当然今のお前では難しい。だがこれからの頑張り次第では 可能性は出てくる。
桐生さん。
どんなプロも最初は素人からスタートしたんだ。地道に頑張り続ければ夢はつかめると俺は思うぜ。
私次第。やっぱり諦めちゃダメってことですよね。不器用かもしれないけどコツコツ頑張ってきっとユキさんみたいな素敵な人になってみせます。桐生さん見ててくださいね。
ああ、楽しみにしてるぜ。しかし小雪が現役学生だったとはな。大学はちゃんと通ってるのか？
はい、単位はもうほぼ全部取っちゃったんで最近はほとんど行ってないんですけどね。でも学費が高くて今も生活には結構苦労してるんです。
そうなのか？フォーシャインのエースなんだからそれでも少しは潤ってると思ったんだが。
実は自分の学費の支払いの他に弟たちの学費と生活費も工面してるんですよ。だからどうしても残る金額は少なくなっちゃうんであまり贅沢はしませんね。
小雪、偉いな。
そんなことないですよ。普通です。これくらいのことしてる子他にもたくさんいるし。それに私は幸せですよ。家族の仲もいいし学校も通えて職場にも恵まれてるんですから。
そう言ってもらえるとこちらも嬉しいな。いろいろあると思うがよろしく頼むぜ。
はい、こちらこそよろしくお願いしますね店長。
しいですね。箸が止まりませんよ。
おいおい、そんなに食べて大丈夫なのか？
大丈夫です。実は私、特技は大食いなんです。これくらいなら朝飯前ですよ。
そうなのか。意外だな。
だから今日は桐生さんも一緒にガンガン食べましょうね。
ああ、俺も大食いだったら負けねえぜ。
そうなんですか？わあ、よかった。すごく嬉しいです。大食いだと友達とご飯食べるときとかいろいろと気を使うんですよね。割り勘にできないし、友達に合わせて少しだけしか食べないこともあるし。
確かにわかる気がするな。
だから大食いの友達ができたらいいなってずっと思ってたんです。桐生さん、大食い友達になってください。
お安いご用だ。さあ、じゃあどちらがより大食いか勝負だな。
はい、望むところです。じゃあ早速大トロ50貫ください。
え？いやしかしまさかカナが大食いだとはな。だがそれにしてはスタイルはいいんだな。
あまり太らない体質なんですよ。それと運動も一応昔からずっとやってるんで。
ほう、何をやってるんだ？
最近はジム通いですね。あと高校生まではバレーボールやってましたよ。
すごいな。カナは背が高くないし、バレーボールは大変だったんじゃないのか？
そうですね、最初は苦労しましたけど、でも最終的にはキャプテンにまでなれたんです。
おお、カナがキャプテンになれたということは、かなり努力したんじゃないのか？
どうでしょう。でもチームで一番練習をしていた自信はありますね。負けず嫌いなので。もしかしたらそれを見ていてくれたからみんながキャプテンに推薦してくれたのかもしれません。
きっとそうさ。一生懸命頑張って背中で語るカナらしいな。
そうですか？でもそう言ってもらえると嬉しいです。放社員でもそんな風にみんなを引っ張れる存在になれたらいいな。
ああ、カナならきっとできるさ。しかし話を聞いていると、カナは昔から真面目に努力するタイプだったんだな。
そうなんですかね。まあ負けず嫌いですし、やると決めたらきちんとやりたいとは思いますね。
だから前の店でも短期間でナンバーワンを取れたのかもしれないぜ。
でも私なんてまだまだですよ。話術も技術も中途半端。もっと上を目指したいんですけどね。桐生さん、どうすればもっとすごいキャバ嬢になれると思います？
真面目に努力を続けることが一番だ。一流のキャバ嬢の中に努力しなかったやつはいない。努力の仕方は大事だが、俺の目から見てもカナはどんどん成長してる。心配せずに今のまま真面目に突き進めばいいと思うぜ。
桐生さん、ありがとうございます。ちゃんと見ていてくれて嬉しいです。やっぱり真面目な努力に勝るものはないですよね。これからも根性を出して忍耐しつつ頑張ります。
スポコンな感じになりつつあるが、それでいいと思う。応援してるぜ。しかし以前に比べて だいぶ表情が明るくなったな。フォーシャインには馴染めたか？
はい、ユキさんも小雪ちゃんもいろいろフォローしてくれるし、すごく楽しくやれています。私の欲しかったものがフォーシャインにはあるって小雪ちゃんが言ってたけど、本当でした。やっぱり仲間がいるって幸せなことですね。前の職場では私浮いちゃってたから。
どうしてそうなってしまったんだ？
多分私が目立ちすぎたんだと思います。あまり本気でキャバ嬢やってる人がいない店だったので、頑張れば頑張るほど温度差ができちゃって、神崎さんからお気に入りにしていただいてからはさらに壁ができて、もう自分でもどうしていいのかわからなくなってしまったんです。
それは前の店のやつらが悪いな。カナは悪くないと思うぜ。
そうですかね。でも私も何かもう少しうまくやれたんじゃないかって思うんです。キャバクラって個人プレーだけじゃなくてチームプレーも必要じゃないですか。そのあたりの意識が欠けてたかもしれません。フォーシャインでそれを教えてもらいました。
そうか。それが分かったってことはカナはうちに入ってまた成長したのかもな。
これからもどんどん成長していきます。見守っていてくださいね。
ああ、もちろんだ。